we go again. So we have the object list here. Tom Millman, thank you very much. We've been, man, Tom, it's coming along. I know it looks like I've been staring at the same thing for like 2 days, which is technically true. But it's all about to come together. I'm extremely excited. I'm excited because I do think the actual implementation of each of these nodes is relatively straightforward. And that excites me. So all the complexity is in this, when I'm hooking up. So like removing nodes and stuff like that and saving all of this is going to be a little bit of work. But the actual like these things connect together and causes this thing to happen is going to be pretty, hopefully pretty painless. Mosta ALJ, how's it going? All right, enjoy the lurk. I hope you're doing good. I'm doing good. Yeah. We're all doing good. That's good. Can we get a list of the these are properties. Poostack. Oh, I saw the game you sent me. I didn't reply to you. What's this game? Jacob, how's it going? I appreciate it, Pooh. Reminding me of the first stream. Nah, the volleyball thing. Okay, I see. This looks up Jacob's alley, frankly. He's got a game where you hit balls at each other and it's tactical. Yeah, looks like this one did pretty good. It's cool stuff. Cool stuff. All right, Pooh, thanks for sharing that.
Hold tight, hold tight.
Going out to fetch daughter from Grandpa's place. Nice. See ya. All right. Of all the things, this thing called item list has no way to get a list of the items. What the fuck? What? Can we do size? Is there anything about size? No. So I guess we need to store our own reference of what everything, like the indices. I think it's because as this can be filtered. And it's more about interacting with the list. So I can't use it as like a data. I can't use this as a data structure. Like it doesn't have anything in it that I can use for what I need here. Which is fine. Oh, Jacob, by the way, I think you missed it last night, but we have when a bool value changes from the right side, it'll tell any of the connections on the left side that the value has changed. So now we can start to create behavior or whatever you want to call it. So basically, yeah, it's all hooked up. So, and this is what's so great about this right now. This is what it looks like. This one here is the move to code. And then this one here is the start code. Everything else is handled by my extension of GraphNode called GraphNode Extended. So all of the connecting elements and everything are just sort of done behind the scenes. And all you need to do is create the functions and everything. And basically anytime you want to tell anything connected to a slot that something has changed, you just emit a signal called slot value change, and then you give it the value. I think this will work. Yeah, dude, it's weirdly empty. And then on this side, so when you emit slot value changed, it calls a function you can override called set slot value. So it tells you the value in the slot, and then you can just do a match statement on that, and then put the logic in how you want it. And Calvin just went under the table under the computer and unplugged the camera. And he's continuing to bump and pull on the cords and everything right now by just being a giant dog who moves around. Hey, handsome. I think he wants to lay underneath with me, but he says there's no room. God damn it, Calvin. Calvin, stop. Ah. This dog. He's so big. Item list. Count. There we go. God damn it, dude. Okay. That should work. I can iterate with that. Fuck. This still might not work though. I think we're still gonna need a reference, but yeah, thanks for finding that. This is another thing that feels really inconsistent, is sometimes it's size, sometimes it's count. I guess count, I don't know. I don't know if they have like a... And it seemed like... It's like the GraphNode stuff, it has port and slot, which are two different things. But it feels like the port thing is almost unnecessary. I thought they were interchangeable, but they're not. So what it means is that since this is the first port, this is 0 and this is 1. But in slot terms, this is 0, 1, 2, 3. So the slots are each of the rows, I guess you could think of them, of the graph edit, the graph the graph node. And the ports are where the connections can happen at. Slots you can give types to. And then if you're gonna do something like properties or whatever, you have to handle that. Handle it! Mini whelps left side. Handle it. But we're getting there, man. Thanks for pointing that out. That'll at least make it so. But the irony is I still need this damn lookup. So what do I call it? And these names, dude, these names are fucking horrible that I've got for everything. Get item text. Yeah, the text isn't going to help me. I need to use the index, so I'll use get item index. Although since I have the count, I can just iterate on the number. But I still need to have a reference to the actual. I need to have a lookup for the index to the object. Which I could just use with an array. We'll just call it objects. And this is an array of the objects. And I guess they can be an array of the world object. And so long as they share the same index as this here, we're getting closer to where we want to be. Did anyone play this? Was this your Animal Crossing? Anybody? Are you beating them up? Beating what up? What, Jacob? What? But the actual graph node extended, this is what it looks like right now. It's very lean. I'm very happy with this. Very lean stuff. Oh, Animal Crossing. Yeah. You don't beat anybody up in Animal Crossing. What are we talking about? You're kind and sweet to everybody. Oh, no. I do teach them bad words, though. So, like, if you went to my item, they'd be like, hey, fuckface. Ah, Calvin. Come here and say hi to everybody. If you're going to be a jerk. How's that ear feeling? No big scratchies this morning? No big scratchies? Say hi to everybody. Big dork. I love you too. He's giving me them love looks. Love you. Your head's as big as mine, dude.
What the dog doing?
Now kiss. Mm-hmm. Oh, he's so cuddly.
What the dog doing?
I love you, buddy. You're my boy. You're my dog.
What the dog doing?
What is he doing? I don't know. You guys see how his tongue's not perfectly
What
pink?
the dog doing?
His tongue's got like little cow spots on it. Cannot stay and yap. Wish you the lovely stream. All right, see ya. Kiara, what's up? He's the most Jeremy shepherdist of Jermies and shepherds. I'm gonna drop a lurk. All right, dude. Object selected. Here's the world object. All right, so objects. All right, so there's our world object is added to the list of objects. It should share the same index. ID. UI object get item ID. Do we use this anywhere else? We don't use this anywhere. You ever do that in your code where you're like, you wrote something and then later on you get the whole thing going and then it's like, this doesn't do shit. This does jack shit. Let's see if we can fix that in the unused variables setting in GDScript here. Untyped unused parameter, unused variable warn. Oh, it should warn. See, this is the problem though with it's a problem with the tooling stuff. We're never gonna see this error when we run the game, even though it should produce an error. Oh my god, Calvin. It's gonna be one of those days with Cal. Calvin, you have to stop jumping on me like that, dude. It hurts. I can't right now, buddy. I can't. Gotta get some work done.
What the dog doing?
I gotta get some work done, brother. Mm-mm. Boom, 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 boom. Maybe this can't be private. The node editor has no. We could have a reference to the node editor in the graph node. Okay. Okay, so now we can connect the pressed. I went ham and installed 96 gigabytes of RAM into my computer, and if that ain't enough, I'll cry. That's a shit ton of RAM, dude. Disable your swap, dude. You have enough RAM there. You shouldn't need a swap. is swapping at times, and it sucked. You know what's really sad is when we moved to SSD, the speed was so great that it was like, wow, we'll never need. It was this huge gains thing, right? And it's just like we just got rid of it. You know what I really can't stand about? I was thinking about this last night. What I can't stand about the argument that, like, I'll fix it, I'll speed things up later if I need to, or, you know, is it's like, you're right. You know, it's only human time. You're only spending the most precious thing all of us have. Why bother to optimize it? The cost is only people's lives. And it sounds extreme, but when you cumulatively create the experience of computing on this thinking, it really is human time that you're burning away. As a I don't know. Kind of grosses me out. Like from a philosophical standpoint, like that's kind of, you know, could be an argument, even a green argument of like, well, you lowering the compute needs means you're helping save the environment. What do you mean? But yeah, it's a little pet peeve of mine. We all suffer for it. This thing is so sweet. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta grab something else for breakfast. This thing is way too sweet. Guys, look like I'm eating candy. Okay, food's en route. Go to your room. All right, let's see if this works. Oops, something's broke. Oops. Thank you, sweetie. Nil. It's because it's not an underscore anymore. Node editor. Is node editor nil? Boom, 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 boom. Pressed null. Okay, that's our problem. Oh shit. Thanks for letting me know, Jacob. I'm just cooking. Nobody sees jack shit. Some runny ass eggs today. Whites not be. Whites don't look very cooked. God. This breakfast breakfast today is a disaster. Oh man. Damn. Got some salmonella in my breakfast. So here's our graph node, and this is actually graph node extended now. At least. All right. Ooh. Been hooked on a weird breakfast burrito lately. Egg, cheese, artichoke hearts. Dude, that sounds great. I mean, it's almost like guacamole, or just avocado, or the artichoke heart. It's almost no different, you know. Dude, this poor lady. I think it's in I think it was in Arizona. A cop just, there was a traffic accident, and the cop who's like responding to it, you know, he just jumps out into the traffic that's still going, and he gets hit by a car. Like, the video of it is just like, it doesn't even make any sense why he did it. It's really weird. He like literally runs out into traffic for no apparent reason and just gets hit by a car. The driver kills him. It's totally not her fault. But the local police, you know, go after her, and they withhold the evidence, the video footage that would totally free her from it all. And so 3 years later, and it finally comes out, the footage that shows that, like, he just, like she said in the body cam footage where she's crying and she's like, he just jumped out in front of me. Why would anyone do that? The video shows exactly that. The cop just fucking, almost for no apparent reason, appears to almost like dive into traffic. It's really weird. I almost think it was suicide. I don't know. So anyways, so now the video footage comes out, 3-year trial. She loses her adopted child from the whole thing. And they're still going after her. The city was going to settle, and then they decided, no, we're going to get all new lawyers and try again, basically. It's really gross. Just ruining this lady's life because somebody else made a mistake, and it's just because they had a badge. It's really gross. I gotta show you the video because it is fucking bizarre. Let me track it down really quick. It's almost like something out of The Happening. Thank you, sweetie. Oh, yeah, he's a good boy. Yeah. I think he can be uncrated and just have that. Enjoy that. He's a good boy. All right, I have the URL. Let me I guess I'll put it on Firefox so we don't get, the chances of getting striked are lower. Yeah, Phoenix, Arizona. which is, by the way, just one state I will never consider living in due to the police being so bad there. Not just Phoenix, but most of Arizona. Let's open this up. They'll show the whole thing later. Where's the video? Here's the. Where is it? Yeah, that must have been it, what they showed over here. Right here. He just runs out into traffic. They don't show him get hit, but he just like runs out into it. It's weird. It's like he went to go dress something else without thought. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, you make mistakes in life, you know, and sometimes that's it. And I don't know what you know, he's dead, so you can't ask him. But like what was he thinking? I don't know. It's really weird though, because it almost looks like he's running from something. I think he probably had an idea or wanted to go talk to a witness or something and just started darting across the street. I don't know. It's crazy. That's when you know you got to vote out the DA. If your city is prosecuting somebody who's clearly innocent as a form of like retribution, you have to kick out your DA. That's why I'm always saying like local government and voting locally is the most important thing you can do and the most change you can affect. Because when shit like that happens, you have to stand up and try and yeah, it's gross. And it's really to save money because they don't want to settle. And it's only going to get worse for the taxpayer because they're going to burn through even more money this time around again. And the settlement will likely end up being even higher for the taxpayer. So the people of that city should be like, you guys need to settle. Settle now, you know? Because it's only going to cost the citizens even more money. And all of this stuff, again, it just makes everyone poorer. The city just drains revenue from people that could go to roads, that could go to more police, that could go to whatever. They drain it all away because I don't know why, because it's a system. And not one person can say, let's stop this, right? Everyone, the bureaucracy wants to maintain the status quo so that they can continue to exist, right? So all these bureaucratic elements say we keep going. And it's really gross because it's not one person that could put their thumb on it and say, no, enough is enough, except for a judge, right? And that's why voting for your local judges are so important. So it's really gross. It's really gross. Anyways, back to work. But yeah, I just wanted to show you that video. This cop just fucking dive bombing into traffic for some reason. Really weird. I think I saw the extended video somewhere else, and he gets creamed by the car. But the actual accident had clearly just happened, and he hadn't set up any safeguards that he was trained to do. And when the city leadership is like, oh well, yeah, well, and also you have favors, right? So you're in the city, the local city government, and you owe a bunch of people favors. And it's like, well, this is how I'm going to pay my favors off, is by just pursuing this. I know it's fruitless. I know it'll ultimately be overturned. I know that ultimately justice will be done. And so no one's hurt, air quotes. And I scratched everyone else's back, and we're all cool. The police aren't going to pull my kid over and start harassing my kids and give them tickets, you know, which I'm sure is, I hate to imply this kind of corruption without any evidence, but I am confident police will, the bad ones, will start pulling over judges, kids, mayors, people in city hall, and start fucking with their family in order to get them to start changing their tune to support them if they're really crooked. Anyways. I do wonder if there were, conscription is not a good idea. I don't know how you solve this shit. That's the funny thing. This is why I'm so like against the lower amount of laws we have, the fewer amount of like corruption that can exist. I feel like in the sense of like, I don't know. This is something I've always just struggled with when I think about these things. I just don't know how you solve this stuff, you know? I don't think it is solvable. I think it's part of the human condition is you give people a certain ounce of power and it'll just pervert the individual. No. 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 This is weird. I'm using GraphNode Extended. It has set node. And then when I go to call it, it won't fire. Firefly. I've talked about that before. How Joss Whedon is very, like, given he's, you know, this whole getting canceled thing happened and everything for him. All these ignoring all that, talking about his writing is very progressive. Or no, I'm sorry. His words are very progressive and very a particular viewpoint. But if you look at Firefly and you look at a number of the TV shows that he's written, they actually have very like sort of like almost libertarian element to them. Firefly in particular, Serenity of the movie, you know, the state has hidden an entire planet to hide a cover. It's a giant, you know, cover up that basically exposes them as accidentally creating these like monsters, and the whole like I aim to misbehave and just like all of that stuff, and working under the thumb of an oppressive you know, militaristic state power, and just working on the outer bounds of it all. It's really interesting though. It's interesting because it's like there's a subconscious element to the writer writing something versus what they say. It's fascinating. It's fascinating. All right. I still can't get this damn thing to set up right. It's a packed scene. I should be able to give it its type. I'm doing that right here, and it still doesn't see itself proper. Connie, I have to congratulate you. Let me bring up your. I think you have a link to it in your. But the work that you've done on this Twitcher is like amazing, and is really well done. And the page, the website that you've built, this is incredible stuff. This is amazing work. I just want to say good job. In case anyone hasn't told you. But it's amazing stuff. This is great. Is this using, are you using for like to build this out, is this using Godot, the Godot comment system, the built-in documenting you could do? Well, I haven't used it, so I can't speak on that. But I can say it's extremely polished and well thought out. Nope. So this is an entirely separate thing. And I'm guessing you've also done that, though, where if I were to look at the code, I would see, like if I installed this, I'm guessing that I would be able to reference, I could be wrong. I haven't used it, but I can recognize like the quality of it. But if I'm guessing within it, if you go right here and right click open documentation, you probably have all that like plugged in. Anyways, it's incredible. %, generated AI, 50% correct, the AI that hallucinated some shit. Oh, so it's AI. Okay, AI assisted. See, that's the future of AI. Is just a underpaid intern. An AI produces the quality of an underpaid intern. That's funny. Make correct English out of it. Yeah. Why is this not working? What if I did this? What if I said, this is incredibly stupid if I have to do this. I've declared it here. This is what's so weird about this. Does this work? No. What? It's like it doesn't see set node editor. Oh, it's the wrong. I spelled it wrong. It's a spelling mistake. Ah! Ah! God. What a waste of time. Okay. Dang it. That's embarrassing. There we go. Okay, so now when we click on this, we're gonna populate the list here. Let's try adding taco. So now we have police car and taco. And if we add, here's where things get all broken. So this is the correct name. This is the name we want, police car 2. So we're gonna, I've tried using ChatGTP for some small WordPress 5-line only plugins. And as of now, it's 3.0, 3 tries, 0 working plugins. It's almost like training a new employee. You know what you need to do? There's the what is it? The man myth problem. The like once you get over 3 people, what's it called? The mythical man month. You have to consider training AI as training employees. And from what I remember, the Mythical Man Month, published in 1975, observations based on his experiences at IBM while managing the development of OS 360. He added more programmers to a project falling behind schedule, a decision that he would later conclude had, counterintuitively, delayed the project even further. He also made the mistake of asserting that one project involved writing an algo compiler, which would require 6 months, regardless of the number of workers involved. It required longer. The tendency for managers to repeat such errors in project development led Brooks to quip that the book is called The Bible of Software Engineering because everybody quotes it, some people read it, and people will go buy it. But the idea is that he actually has, he has a formula here. It's solid math. That the more people you add to something, you actually get diminishing returns on it when you're trying to produce some amount of work within software development, and it's because the amount of communication that you have to distribute. So I feel like when you have to sort of train AI a lot, you have to really you have to think of it as a hire and as an employee, and is the amount of time that I'm going to spend training this thing going to produce, are we going to get there sooner, or are we at a threshold where I shouldn't add more to this? I wonder if it holds true with AI too, but has to be the reason why indie games made by 1 to 3 people studios are so much better. Well, that's the outmaneuverability. That's what I'm thinking, is like, I think it's about quick turnover with indie and just outmaneuvering your competition. If it takes you just as long to produce something with 3 people as it does 300 people, that's a huge efficiency. Problem with the loss of heads is you need to manage them somehow, and you always have black sheeps. Yeah. The more you bury things in a hierarchy in a corporate tree, the more people want to play games and try to manipulate their position within that tree. And so the more people you introduce, the more politics you're introducing. But it behooves a manager to have more people to manage, right? So I think another problem is to introduce management. Like, if you can avoid that as long as possible, you'll be far better for it. Because the minute you introduce a manager, they want to hire more people. It's just a given. They want to secure their position. Okay, so I think we can use the same naming thing here. So if we go back over here, add item, world object resource name. So we don't do that. We go down here and we add the name of the object after it's been added to the actual scene, and that'll give us the unique name automatically. So now if I add another police car, it should say 3 here. Excellent. And then that would match this. Now 2 isn't correct because we've already added it. Look at this, guys. We're making this thing. Oh my God. So now we have the thing that we want to tell what to do. Are you seeing this? Are you guys seeing this? We're almost there. Wow! Halfway there. Whoa! Living on a prayer. So I think we have it. So let's say the move to select slot value. So this is the indice thing. We have to fix this. This is the problem. This is when active fires. And move to. So we have this grid container with these 3 line edits. So X, Y, and Z. So far it's working good. We only have this initial error. These index pressed already connected. So I need to do a simple check for that. I'm just not doing that. Now we need a reference to the selected object. Like so. So then item selected. And then we have an index. So we'll call it object selected. And let's prepend this with object. Here. Let's object show options. Object selected. And this is going to have an integer. And then we grab that from node editor. Node editor objects index is world object for object selected. And we'll just say print debug object selected percent s percent. Oh, by the way, today's going to be I don't want to say it, but today may be a double-decker stream. I don't want to curse the chances of that happening. But it's a possibility. It is a possibility. Okay. So let's go ahead and add a police car. Start. This is what we're wanting, guys. This moment here where we're just going to start making things happen. This is what we want. Pressed police car. Okay. Show options. Object selected. Halfway there. Whoa! Item selected. Index integer. I suppose what we would do is see, we're automatically selecting something from the list. Add item. Is called as a function, but is a signal. Called as a function. It's a signal. I know. That's why I'm using connect. The graphical representation with the blocks that can be connected with each other is pretty cool. I was really impressed when I have seen something like that with MS Access. It definitely looked and felt much easier. Yeah, my plan is to this, that hopefully that this is even more like, okay, again, it requires a bit of imagination, but if you were to imagine a city here, so, and I go here and I add a police car, so there's the police car, right? And then I create some logic to this where I say, okay, there's going to be a move to, right? And I connect this to here. What I'm going to do eventually is, right now we're plugging in the XYZ manually, but what it'll be is you'll click a button or something and it'll be like pick where we're moving to, and then you'll just literally go on the map and a marker will be added that you just drag to where you want it to go. That's exactly what I'm thinking we're going to lose. I'm thinking that this is not, like, I'm thinking that I'm building the tools to be able to design any 3D game. Like, I'm playing Space Marines 2 right now. And there's a lot of clever stuff going on. For instance, there's a lot of the same things going on. It's like, oh, enemies spawn here. Or it's very clearly has 4 places that it's randomly picking to spawn things from, right? And it's all scripted, but it's also, there's some RNG to it or whatever. But there's other RNG too with the stage design where it's like, there's this one stage where you're trying to get this train with this nuke on it, basically, and you're just trying to move the train along. And you have to wake the machine gods, right? You got to turn on everything, basically. But you go to this one room, and every time you go there, it's like, oh, you've got to activate A2. You got to hit this button on this console at A2. And we realized when we were playing it, because we failed the mission, because we were trying at a new difficulty, we failed the mission. We went back, and the positions of A, B, and C are random. And then also where 1, 2, and 3 are random. And so it's like, wow, this is, you know what you have to do, but it's different every time, just a little bit. And you could hand code that, but I like the idea that, like, using a node editor like this and being able to run it in real time and all that stuff, you could still do hot reloading with actual code too. But I do feel like a system like this, where you're dealing with the 3D environment and you're placing things in it and you're saying, okay, RNG, these 3 positions are going to be one of them. So just, you have an array, randomly pop an element off of it, and that's going to be this area's delineation. And so you can create some variety, and you're inside the world here, and you're going, okay, bad guys could spawn in this area, could spawn in this area, could spawn in this area. And it has the potential too to be a little bit sort of open world in its execution as well. I don't need to sort of, there's a lot of stuff that it'll liberate me too. I'm excited about it. I'm glad you're kind of, I hope it's starting to become a little bit clearer what the hell it is I'm doing. Index pressed is already given a callable node selected in that. Doesn't tell me where though. It does say node selected though, so it's here. I see. This needs to be on the outside. So that fixes that error that I was talking about. Loud noises. All right, no red. So this is not doing what I'm expecting it to. It's not firing. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, item selected. Emitted when the current item has been changed by the user. Emitted when the user navigates. Allow reselect must be enabled to don't do it. Go to your room, bud. Give me a second, guys. I'll be right back. That was Star Fox, I think. New roads. What's going on here? Oh, it didn't show on the stream. We just had a truck go by. That's a bummer. Let me see if I can glitch it. You guys didn't get to see it. Testing. 1, 2. Uh-oh. I might have broke the stream. Oh wow, it's got a serious delay. There we go. Look at that! Look at all that stuff happening there. They're throwing kids to my boy. They're throwing candy to my boy. Look at all this road stuff they're doing. I think I have a bit of a delay. There's a bit of a delay. I think the stream's gonna have some delay going to it. He's so excited. He's like, ah, candy! Even Mr. Pig is excited. He's like, heck yeah, candy, little boy. All right. Darn, you guys missed the action. They just tarred it, and I don't know. We just found out today they were gonna do this. And they're retarring the road, and it should only take a couple hours, and then we'll be able to drive on it again. But last year they had sealed all the cracks in it, and this year they're just putting a new coat over it. It looks like it's a little more complicated than that though, because they're putting gravel on top of the tar. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. It's like a new way to pave a road or repave a road I've never seen before. Because they just tarred it, and then they threw a bunch of rock on it. So I guess they're gonna. I don't understand what they're doing exactly. This is when you get dudes out there sitting. You know, this is when we just king of the hill it, and we just sit there with beers and talk about what everyone who's working, what they're doing. This is like a parade for my son. This is like the best day ever right now. I feel like I should put this in the corner of the stream for everyone to keep watching. It's too entertaining. I'm going to do that. I'll put the front yard camera in the corner. Some action happening in real life. I'll put it up here. All right, there's the front yard cam. That one person's going to work and the rest are going to stand and watch. That's generally how it works, right? There we go. So now we know the object we selected. Okay. And then we have, if we hit start, active still fires. Yes. Okay. We're getting there, guys. We're almost there. So then let's give it a position to go to. We'll say 10, 10. And now, in theory, all we do is we take world object and we move it to this location here. So we need to expose those values so that we can get them. And these are line edits, not labels. X, Y, and Z. Let me know if something cool is happening out there, guys. It's nice. We're getting new roads, fancying up the place. Well, new to us, I guess. I don't know how that works. Is it technically new if they're just putting a new code on the top? I guess so. X, Y, and Z. Now we're going to say world object. You can position equals vector 3 Can we do 2int? We can. To float. All right, we just have to reload one more time. This might be it. Oh my God. If this works, we can actually start to make this damn thing. So we've got our police car. We've got our start node. We've got our move to. We connect the two together. We're going to pick the police car. We're going to give it some position to go to. And then here we go. We hit start. What happened? Active true fired. A world object's position. It didn't work. Let's see what we got. Percent position. Okay, it has the correct position. It didn't update here. Now, why? It's just trying to assign it to it. Let's double check to make sure we have the one that we added to the scene. World object. Node selected. Add. Where is it? Object selected. World event editor, add object. So we have a reference to the one that's in the world event editor. Is everything a tool that needs to be a tool? I have this go-to position I created. Let's try that. Because that's ultimately how we're going to do it. We're going to call a special function. Transform. So it should be moving. Oh, cow, buddy. Should be moving there. No, I think it's just me going. Try to emulate a cell phone ringing. Calvin. This has to be something about ownership. Add a world object. Owner is world editor. Is that why we can't tell it where to go? Set editable instance. If set to true, allows the nodes owned by node to be available. Calvin. Oh, he's not scratching his ear. He's begging to get out. What's it look like out there? Let's check. Is it actually updating? It is. And I was just sitting there doing nothing. Those SOBs. Well, let's try, just for funsies. God, we're so close, guys. Look at that. Now they both moved. Wait a minute, wait a minute. It works. It's just, it didn't update. Why is that? Let's try 15. Event start. And then we're just going to add a new police car. Oh, I moved the wrong one. Damn it. We'll do it again. Start. Could be. It's likely I'm guessing the I don't know, there's a big truck with a lot of rock. Let's see. So I think the problem is it's got to be an ownership issue. God, we're so close. Mm-hmm. On a null value. So that fails. Let's get rid of that on the go-to. Huh. Even more confusing, it thinks it's moved. But if we look at the scene, it's clearly still in the same spot. Conrad, what's up? Let's check the road work. Still nothing. Sorry guys, there's a little bit of a delay. I could restart the stream to fix it. I just don't know if that's a good idea. We're cooking. We're just running into some scene tree stuff not updating. Now I have created things where this has got to be an ownership thing. We're adding it to objects. Owner is world editor. So if that's the case, do we need to... And world editor is world editor here. So do we need to have a function here that we pass information to... So that's the owner of this node. The owner must be an ancestor of this node. When packing the owner node in a pack scene, all the nodes it owns are saved with it. See also unique name and owner. In the editor, nodes not owned by the scene root are usually not displayed in the scene doc and will not be saved. To prevent this, remember to set the owner after calling add child. Okay, that's not our problem. We add child here and then we set the owner, blah, blah, blah. We're fine here. Set editable instance. Set to true to allow nodes owned by node. Owned by node. To be available and editable in the scene doc. Owned by node. Right. Hmm. We're gonna go like this. Try reloading. I might have to WLK the DOG. Calvin, stop. Condition is ancestor's node is true. Set editable instance. I think this is our problem. If set to true, allow all nodes owned by node to be available and editable in the scene doc, even if their owner is not the scene root. This method is intended to be used in editor plugins and tools, but it also works in release builds. I think this is what's causing a problem. Acronyms? Oh, I'm just spelling it out. If I say it, he'll know what I'm saying. How am I doing this in... I'm going to open up an old piece of code. The dungeon editor. Okay, move to make the connection. Police car. And 10. Owner must be an ancestor in the tree. Invalid owner. Urgh. I know it's something to do with all this ownership nonsense. Why is he over there? I didn't do that. When did that happen? No, when did that happen? Did I have it working? No. Okay, I think I see part of the problem. They're not talking to the same objects. How you doing, Conrad? All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go. I gotta. Oh, they're doing stuff. They're doing stuff. Got my build accepted for the playtest, so I'm planning to publish it on Steam tomorrow after fixing a few bugs. I waited like forever for it to get accepted. The MVP. Gonzo's like the secret force getting Godot games out. Just sitting in chats and being like, you should do this. And it's like, oh, yeah, you're right. Okay. So we're clearly not updating this thing here. Actually made all Twitch games. So how do we see? We're repacking the scene and then we're reloading editor interface reload scene from path. I think what we're not doing, here's what I think is going wrong. We need to add to the scene that exists, that is instantiated in the editor instance. So we have world editor, which is a packed scene we instantiate. We open scene from path here. Opens the scene at the given path. If set inherited is true, it creates a new inherited scene. Is that what we want? I don't know, bros. Let's try that. I don't know what inherited means in this case. Open scene from path. Edit node. Edits a given node. The node will also be selected if it's inside the scene tree. Edit node. Edits the given node. Editor interface gives you control over Godot's editor window. It allows customizing the window, saving and reloading scenes, rendering mesh previews, inspecting and editing resources and objects. It provides access to editor settings, editor file system, editor resource preview, script editor, and the editor viewport information about scenes. Class should not be instantiated directly, instead access to singleton. Get edit node. Edit node. What does this even mean? Edits the given node. Edit node. This is so lean in its description of like edit node. Get edited scene root. Returns the edited scene's root node. Edit node. What is this? It's a function you call and then it returns nothing. Edits the given node. Edit. What? What does that mean? I mean, is it the equivalent of doing this, like clicking on these? Is that what it means? Just for fun. Hey, it did, hang on a second. Look at that. Set the true to allowed nodes owned by node to be available and editable in the scene doc, even if their owner is not the scene root. Okay. We've got to find a way Get edited scene root. returns the edited current scene's root node. I think this is the ticket. And this is part of why we're not. Look at that. It's a different value. Holy shit. Okay, I think we're getting somewhere. Hey! Hey! Okay, this is a good sign. I don't think we need set editable instance now. Now that we have that correct. I don't think we need this either. The wildest cannon. How's it going? Yeah, we're making a lot of progress. We're very close to something here. Here we would. Playtest goes tomorrow. So, is that, what does that mean, Conrad? Like, can you explain what that means? It didn't update. My old friend John Steam. There we go. Now if we add, look at that. Set editable instance. Whoops. Damn it. I thought I deleted that. Oh, see, it wants to. Oh, it's because I hit don't save. Why does this keep edit node? Oh. Reload. Ah. Unsaved. Here. Because it's an instance. There's our police car. There it is. Off in the wrong spot. That's because it's the edited scene and not the instance. So if we open the scene, and I go and change this here. Is it changed here? No. Well, that's weird, right? I wonder why that was. Don't save. I'm getting so close. Is there a key for that? Yeah, we just have. I have a simple system for it, but yeah, I can. Even if you're not here, I can throw it on there. Why is it different every time? Ugh. Add world object. Why is he in the wrong spot? If we save it, I don't know why it's over here. We're going to move it back. And then we're going to add start and move to. We're going to move to 1010 where we were. Connect. Invalid, go to based on nil. Ah! I know. Okay, we're learning. Edited scene root. Okay. Oh. Oh. Hang on. Okay, this is much better. You're just gonna have to trust me on a lot of this. What is he doing? What is he talking about? What is all this stuff? How's the road look? Let's see. Boop. Yeah, it's still a work in progress. Oh, 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 oh. It is a different number. But now it's the same different number. This is what we want. Okay. Now if we add the cop car, look at that. It's added. We go to the 3D scene. It's here. It's in the wrong spot again still. Why does it keep going to 10? I don't know. Okay, now we add start. Now we add move to. We picked a police car. Active. And then we hit start. And nothing happens. However, we are trying to tell the police car, oh, we didn't set the, oh, this might work. We didn't set a location. Oh, fuck yes. Okay. Okay, now I can do it. Woo! Finally. Okay. God, this took a lot of doing. Fuck yeah. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. Yes. Yes. I can make the game now. Let's do it. Let's go. Okay. We have a working proof of concept for this. Now, here's something really cool. Okay, if we can get the... Let's try... This is where I get stuck on something else completely. We have the class called, this is a world object here. We have this await tree create timer thing. And we couldn't do this before. I don't think is it still working? It's still working. Okay, if we go back here and put the police car back to 00. Start 1. The timer works. Fuck yeah. Okay. This is exactly... Okay, everything is how we want it. 2-second timer, and then it moves. Now, check this out. Can we snake it? Can we snake it? So what we want to do is... Let's say we say, okay, move to... Now, there's a timer. I'm doing the timer, so we're pretending like it's actually animating to that spot, right? But then when we finish, let's add another move to. And we're going to move the same object to a different spot. So back to 00, let's say. Okay? So now we need to have a finished. We don't have finished yet. So on... We have the signal arrived. So then on the on move to here, we say go to, and then all we do is we await for arrived. So we say await arrived. And then if we do get there, then we want to say that we finished. So let's say finished equals true. I have to reload. But once we get saving and loading for this script editor, we're going to be in a much better spot too. So we're going to add our police car. Oh, yeah, that didn't work because, yeah, we still got a little bit of a bug here. We'll fix it. So add the police car. He's in the wrong spot. That's got to be some sort of leftover scene thing we need to clear. I think it's because we're loading. Yeah, I think it's because we're loading. What scene are we loading? Just confirm that. We're loading this. Temp world editor. So if we open that up. Temp. Okay, never mind. Packed scene load. So we're loading it from scenes default. No objects in there. Save. So instead of instantiating, if we go like this, we should be the same one. Okay, that should fix that bug. Let's reload that. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, okay, so now we're referencing the same thing. Police car, booyah. And it's in the scene. It's in the wrong spot still. I don't understand that. It's got to be some leftover scene thing. I think we need to do a clear or something, but regardless. Start. Move to. And we say police car, and we're going to go to 1010. And then on finish, we're going to do another move to police car 00. And if we start it 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh my God! Oh my God, boys. Okay. Run it again. 1, 2. Goes over there. 1, 2. Goes back. Now, what'll be cool is if we highlight the node as it's firing. If we do like an outline of it and then kind of fade it, like, oh, it's active, you know, and then it's like, oh, it's finished. Okay, then we fade out. Right? 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 Anybody? Is there anybody? Oh, God. This is inevitably how it happens. Incoming ad break in 5 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and run it right now. I'll be right back. I'm going to get a celebratory. You know what? I think I do have like a hard cider. I feel like this is a hard cider moment because this could potentially be a real thing that I've done here. I'll be right back. Yeah, I said hard cider. I'm a lightweight, all right? Leave me alone. There's some serious chat delay. I'm gonna start and restart the stream. Okay, that should take care of that delay. Okay. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Sorry, it's gonna roll another ad, and I'm really sorry about that. But not having the delay, I feel like is a really big deal. So. All right. Yeah, it's weird. They did tar and then they just put the rock down. We're going to go ahead and hide the front yard camera. I think they're done for today. I got cheese puffs because I'm feeling I should spoil myself. You know what's bizarre about this whole thing, Jacob? Is this. The slot value changed. This is bizarre. And I think it might be broken. All right. So the reason why is we're not specifying what slot has changed its value. So we have this 2 slot index, which is like this important thing that we need. But I think what's going to happen is if we have multiple outgoing ports, if I say slot value changed on any of them, they're all going to fire, which is not what we want. So I think I need to say which of me into the event data. Yeah. The 2 slot index is coming in. The 2 slot index is coming in as a bound value. But we still need to, on our emit, so we need to have a from slot. I don't even know if it's that. I have to think about it a little bit. I know that there's one more element to the data structure for this whole thing that I need to adjust. And that's this whole, and I guess that's the from, right? Because I'm doing 1 right here. 2 and from. If that comes in, then I match on. I don't know. I don't know yet. It does tell us the 2-slot in. No, I think we're okay. No, we're fine because the 2-slot index tells us where it's coming. I think we're okay. I think we're okay. It's just kind of weird to think about. Maybe connection. No, that's a bound value. All right, let's think for a second. Well, okay. Man, the thing is now I'm just kind of like, now I have a bunch of things I have to do. Oh, thank you. Sure. My wife's opening up my celebratory drink for me. So this whole thing requires so many things working in concert. It's kind of insane. But the nice thing is, ultimately, when the game is running, we're just going to load whatever the save system is that we have for this. And weirdly, we're still going to keep using the graph node, all of this stuff. It's just like not going to be something that's in the game that you see. All right, we got our little hard cider here. You're allowed to drink on Twitch, but just not get drunk, right? Only if you're in a bikini. Just get a paper bag. Paper bag that shit, man. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you can drink, but you just can't be drunk. All right. Now here's a weird circular thing that we could do. Got to reload. So let's build a list of the stuff that we need to build now, because we got a big old set of problems in front of us we have to deal with. He's dying, guys. We don't have a Kanban for this. Oh my god. Oh my god, can't believe it. I just went. Built this whole thing. Without, like, here's what to do next, dumbass. Okay. To do doing done. Classic cricket. Let's move ourselves down here. Save. Node. Save graph edit. Load graph edit. Pretty straightforward. Mud, we got our first pass of the thing going. So we're going to add a police car. Please excuse it showing up in the wrong spot every time for some reason. And we'll add the start node. Well, there's not really much to play. This prototype is going to be pretty weak when we first do this. It's not going to be a good. The prototype is totally going to be gray boxed and shitty. Or mostly gray boxed. So now if we run this, it's going to wait 2 seconds and then move the police car over somewhere over here. So if I hit start, 1, 2, and then moves over there. Now, if I add another move to, and I connect it to finished here, and I pick the police car again, and I put it back to 0, 0, let's just reset the police car's position. So now what it's going to do is it's going to move over, it's going to wait 2 seconds, move over here, wait 2 seconds, and then move back. So this will fire, and then this will fire for the movement, and then once this finishes, this will fire. So I hit it, 1, 2, goes over there, 1, 2, it goes back. So this is proof that I can build this system up, this node system. All right. So we have on our list, we have save graph edit, we have load graph edit. Okay. And so to do loading, we need to clear the world event editor. We need to be able to clear the graph edit. But it's a pretty significant, I know it doesn't seem like it, but it's a pretty significant thing, what I've done. For me, at least. Why can't I grab anything? I can't move anything. What the hell? It disappeared on me. That's not a good feeling. What is this? What? That's never good. Dude, what is happening right now? There we go. That was weird. Obsidian just had like a stroke. All right, so cleared world event editor, clear graph edit, load graph edit, populate world event editor. Populate graph edit. Some of this is pretty automatic because I already have the functions to load things in. Yeah, Mud. It was kind of the hard part was getting the Godot editor scene, because I'm using Godot engine itself, the actual IDE, to do all this inside of. So I'm not building tooling as a running executable. It's running in the Godot engine. My hope is that I'll be able to play things out in here for the most part, and then be able to run the game at the same time as well and see it all sort of play out. And this is more important than the rest of this. Shit. See, now I can actually focus. This is the reason why I didn't Kanban any of this, is because I didn't know if I could do it. And I didn't know what it would look like. And so I couldn't plan it out. I just had to start doing it and figure it out as I went. I'm so excited about this, guys. Oh my God, this is... So what we have to do is we have to just kind of figure out this last little data struct for our the graph node extended here. I'm going to close the rest of these things out that we don't need. Okay. Let me do a shout out to Mud. Mud, I gotta say, I have a feeling maybe it's the same for people that watch me, where it's like, I really don't know what he's doing right now. What is he doing? The title says this, but what's actually happening here? I'm hanging out on your stream for the vibes, the attitude, and the atmosphere. Tchotchkes. People come here for the attitude and the atmosphere. But what are you doing? What are you doing right now? Yeah, the two main things in Godot that you need are called graph edit and graph node. Graph edit is this entire window that you're seeing here. Anytime you add a graph node as a child to graph edit, it's going to show up in here as one of these little dudes. So the graph nodes look like Let me show you. So I have two. I have start and I have move. So the graph nodes have what they call slots, and that's essentially visually represented with any control that is in as a child of that graph node is taking a slot of it. These connection points that you see, these little sides here, are called ports. So when you create, when you specify what slots are opened or closed, and when they're open on the left or the right side or both, those are ports that you've created, essentially, that you have. When you connect one graph thing to another, you get a signal from graph edit saying, hey, these two nodes are trying to connect to each other. And then it's up to you to write the code to say whether it's okay or it's not. So that's what I've been spending a lot of time on. And the signaling system that allows me to, this one says something has happened. This one knows that it's happened, and then it has its instructions that it follows from there. And so for the majority of that, I overwrote. I inherited the graph node and made my own version of it called Graph Node Extended. And it's doing a bunch of stuff the way that I want it to be. So I hate that I have to use inheritance and all that stuff, but because I'm so deep into Godot's way of doing it, yeah, it's all right. It's all right. You can set, for instance, I'm setting the slot colors based on the Boolean type. So each slot has an index and it has a type. And you can create your own types, and both are integers, so they can be whatever. So like I created a lookup that says, okay, if it's a type Boolean, then it's got pink dots and it's a pink line, right? So hopefully as I add different types to this, like if I made the vector3 a connection thing, then that'll have a different color indicator for that type. But the hard part of all this was having this system talk to an entirely unrelated scene in the Godot editor. Like that's weird and a little difficult to kind of get going. But then on top of that, also just like how do you have them notify each other of the changes and all that kind of stuff? So the thing that I need to do that's broken, I was talking to Jacob about this, that I'm pretty sure is broken, is when we connect the node together, we have a signal that we call slot value changed. Now if you think of the left side and the right side, the left sides are inputs, the right sides are outputs, okay? So the from is always the output, and the to is always the input. So for my needs, I'm always going to consider the flow as though you're reading it, and it comes out from the right and into the left. Although obviously you could position anything any way you want. Man, I'm just pounding this thing. For me, at least. I hate cold like beer and stuff. It's the worst. So the problem that we have here is we're binding. So if we emit slot value changed, we're on our to node on the receiving node, we say, whenever slot value changed is emitted, we are giving the to node the index for the slot. But the problem is, I think we just have I think we have the signal connection on the wrong side. I spent like 30 minutes last night just staring at this, thinking about this, and thought I had it, but I still need something. But we have it. We have it. We just have to. So if we think about this, we're we have to say what we're sending to. Yeah, we need some sort of lookup. And it can be one to many. Okay. Okay. So we're not going to call the emit. We're not going to call the signal directly. What we're going to do is we're going to say, hey, we're going to have a function in here. I don't know. Update slot value. Okay. And then in here, what we're going to do is we're going to have a lookup that is this one to many. And we're going to go through each one and send a custom signal to it and go, yo, dude, this thing happened. But at that point, we don't even need a signal because we can call the function directly. So this idea of emitting a signal might not even be necessary. Because we could just call the function outright. I fucking hate signals anyways. I might have to go walk Calvin, guys. I said the word shit. Do I keep the stream running? It would be like 15 minutes of me being gone. What I could do is just like, if I ran a bunch of ads while I was gone, then we would have a huge block of time without ads coming up. Let me see if I can do that from my phone. Nope. Just sprint him. It's okay. He's not going to want to poop if we're running. He'll get all nervous and it'll be all wet and runny. Can you run ads from Twitch Mobile? You know what I could do is I could stream the walk. Should I do that? Poop propelled. I could stream the walk, guys. If I stream it to a private YouTube stream, I could embed that into my stream here. Because it'll be intermittent. And YouTube is much better at handling intermittent streams than Twitch is. Stop. I don't know what these are. There's nothing in it to let you run ads. Better be right back. That's lame. It won't let me so stupid. Fucking YouTube. Well, I think I'll probably lose a lot of viewers, but let me see what I can do. Oh, he doesn't have his Trish. That's not gonna work. All right. Hang on a second, guys. Okay, we're back. So if we have the update slot value, we iterate on the index from slot index to slot index. Mini to one. One to mini. One to mini. One to mini. So slot output lookup is an array. If it's a dictionary array, because we need to say what the to index is. So It doesn't necessarily need to be a dictionary. My RAM suddenly got unstable. I don't even know what XMP is, dude. I'm so out of the modern computing loop. Oh, you're overclocking, so you got to bring it down a little bit. Slot output lookup. Again, it doesn't need to be a dictionary because we know the indices that we're going to use, right? So no need for that. It's an array of an array. From slot index. From slot index int slot output lookup. So then we say for slot output array in slot output lookup from slot index. Okay. Yeah, they advertise speed, but it doesn't necessarily mean you can run it at that speed. Marketing for RAM is whack. They advertise 680 MTS, but stock is actually 6,000. So I went to 680, but had some explodies. So for each slot output, the way that we're going to have this is the first the first index is going to be the two index, and then the other one's going to be the two nodes. So this will be var outputs index is an integer, and var output node is a graph node extended slot output. So we're still not done. Okay, so we have all that. So then on this, now we don't need the signal because we can call the function directly. Set slot value. Which maybe we should call it, I don't know. Set slot value. So we have the value. So from slot index and then value. So value and from slot index. Value is a variant because we don't know what it's going to be. Hang on a second. I got to let my daughter know that my wife took the dog for a walk. Fingers crossed I don't. I'll know if Unity and my browser tabs start crapping out again. Gotcha. So then we run set slot value. And we know the node that we're sending it to. So it's the output node. And we know the to index. And then we know the value because it's being passed to us. And we do this for each for this one-to-many relationship. So in order to create the one-to-many relationship, instead of doing this connection here, what we're going to do is we're going to take slot output lookup. God, these names are awful. See, this is what I need. I need to borrow Mud's Cloud. Claudia. Cloud. My name is Cloud. I need to borrow his cloud thing for a second and be like, hey, could you make these variable names make sense? Thanks. Thanks, brah. Slot output lookup also needs to be resized for the total number of slots. So slot output look like resize, and then we go by slot number. And then before we do that, if we're ever resizing it to begin with, we're going to go ahead and clear it first. Okay. So only when we update slots do we change this size. Now we go over here, we say slot up lookup, and we're going to use the from slot index. That's us. That's our slot. And then we append in this order for here, which is 0 is the index. And this is an array. And then the 2 node. So we append that. Okay. Now we have almost everything. So now, for instance, this is why we have that missing link on our data structure that I've been talking about, which is what is the index of the thing that, like, for instance, if I do start here, this is 0, but it's like, okay, but how do I reference that? So I think on a per node basis, a per custom graph node basis, we'll just create our own enums for it. And these are just local to describe the what do we call them? Is there no slot in Graph Node Extended? No. There's just no plain old slot. No. Okay, so slot start. So then we say update slot value. from slot index value slot start. Okay, we've got a commercial break. I'm just going to keep working. You're not going to miss anything if well, I should have said that before the break. So let's get rid of this slot value change. You did good. So it wants the value and it wants so now we can match slot active, and then we can say update slot value finished slot finished. If this is correct, everything should just work, but now we have a one-to-many relationship. I guess let's just give it a shot. It's possible I did something wrong. just like any database. That's 1, 2. Okay. And then let's add move to active police car. Go back to where you go back from whence you came. Let's reset the police car. And I have a cool way we can test this to see if it's working. So we'll start it. 1, 2. Okay. And then wait. And then it goes back. Okay. So now if we add a second police car, let's add another one. That one's already over here. Let's move this one. For its default, we'll put it at like -10. 0. So it's over here with its so that for this one we're just going to go forward on the Z. So that would be 10, right? Okay. I guess that's backwards technically. The car's facing the wrong way. Okay. Whoops. -10. Okay. So this car at event start, we should have multiple connections to event start. Whoops, too many police cars. Oh, it's fine. Move to. So now event start, move to, and this one will be for police car number 2. And for this one, we're going to stay on the same x-axis, and then we're just going to go up on the Z, or higher on the Z. If the multiple connections are working, then both of these, I'm going to delete police car 3, even though we're not supposed to do it that way. We're not going to do it that way going forward, but for now it'll be okay. So they should both move at the same time, but to different spots. Okay. So we have our one-to-many connection. Yeah, I mean, the behavior. So the way this is going to work ultimately is the world object will have its own behavior. So imagine if it's a flying vehicle, right? And we're like, move here. In its mind, it's going to go, okay, I know where I need to go. I'm going to figure out how I get there. So it has its own behavior. And it's just going to do, and I imagine eventually we could give it like urgent or not or whatever. We can give it like a priority or something. But for the police cars, ultimately, the reason why I have this timer where it waits 2 seconds and then goes is because we're pretending like it's actually driving there. But in actual execution, what's going to happen is we're going to say, okay, police car, move here. And then the police car is going to be like, you betcha. And then it's just going to go, all right, 3D world, how do I get there? Like, what's the way to get there? And then it's going to find its own path. And all we care about in our scripting is that we get a finished notification. When it got there, then what happens? That kind of thing, right? So I suppose that could be the next thing we work on, but I think the more important thing to work on right now is we can't delete any of these guys. Like I can't press delete or anything to get rid of any of these graph node things, right? So we need to be able to do that too. That's something else we should add to the list. And we could do that by adding an Xbox to them, or just, when you keyboard press delete and you have it selected. So the scripting is a very it's going to be a very, very abstract, like, kind of thing. Like, for instance, if there's like a tailing mission, if there's a tailing mission, then we'll probably put we can put an area over the thing that you're supposed to tail. 2 areas. One is you're too close and one is you're too far, right? And so then we can add like detections of if you're outside of that area, then it's like, oh, what happens? And if you're inside, what happens, that kind of thing. how difficult all of this is going to be as far as implementing. I don't think it's going to be too hard. And I think that the important thing when I do this is to really think about like what is like adding a timer to this is probably a good idea. So it's like, okay, like wait for X period of time, right? And then do this other thing. That's probably going to be a one that just like a given that we have to do. And that's, if you think about it in the GD script terms, that's really simple. So the last thing that I think could probably be changed, we're using slot types here. So like I said, I think we can programmatically generate the these things. God, I can't believe I did this. I was like, I don't know. But this I don't want to say anything else about. I'm working on something else that involves this stuff. So this is letting me work on that. I'm cheating by doing this. Okay, I'll be right back real quick. We could do rotate many different ways, though. I was thinking about it. We're gonna lose. We could just tween a value between 2 points, right? So we could have a thing that says, tween some value between this number and that number, and then that the value itself is an output that we then send to the other things. I don't know yet. I was saying that we're gonna lose. I'm gonna be very careful about, like, it needs to be extensible, but I'm hoping to be able to do this in a way where the big ones that I can think of, for instance, let me finish what I was saying. I don't want to just frivolously add a bunch of different ones that all kind of, the danger here is creating what was early assembly language. So, like, until we got to 6502, assembly was this smorgasbord of, like, things that basically did the same thing. And 6502 came around and said, we really only need these instructions. And then it was very, like, straightforward, and it was suddenly like a rational thing to code in. So and that was done out of, like, capitalism, essentially, just saying like, we need something, how can we make the chips cheaper, but what I'm imagining for the first mission is, it's like, it'll tell you to go somewhere, so that's right there. Telling you to go somewhere is a radio chatter, whatever we want to call it. So being able to create that, pick the sound that it's going to play for it, right? And then play it, and then when it's finished, then say, okay, now that it's finished saying, hey, you need to do this and that and whatever, now it actually says, so placing a marker in the, we could actually kind of radio chatter node, radio chatter comms. Comms one word or two? Communication. Okay. Comms marker destination. You arrive there. We've already spawned some cop cars and stuff. And then bad guys come out of a thing. And it's like, oh shit, you gotta defend those dudes. And then we need some sort of condition check. The number of the bad guys equals 0, then mission is complete. So we need some sort of endpoint that's like mission success. So we have event start and event end. And event ends, it's the same idea. It'll have an receiving on the other side. And when connected to whatever, then so we may need nodes that are variables. Or what we do is every time one of our spawned bad guys, there's a like destroyed notification, and we connect all of those to a conditional check that says, is there any other ones left? And if the answer to that is that aren't destroyed, then we continue on. How do blueprints do variables? Seg it with a name field. Kind of depends on how we do it. Predefine. Yeah, so that's what this area here may become more than just objects. So this may become like multi-tabbed or some sort of drop down to pick which one you're looking at. Like if you're looking at the list of objects, so like add object or add variable, and then variable would just be type. Yeah. Is what I'm doing starting to make sense, Jacob? Is it starting to kind of like maybe kind of make sense? Or at least I don't know. We'll probably have some permanent global variables like success or fail or game over or something. Yes and no. It looks more like visual coding and blueprints. Yeah. Okay. Okay, well, let's work on the saving and loading because we need to have that going before we start moving forward on anything else. So this is done. So we'll work on just saving graph edit. I think this will be pretty easy because essentially all we have to do is save the primary settings of graph edit and then go through every single child node and then just save the states of those things. I think we'll need a save function to call that will return all of the a save and a load function. That basically do the same thing. This is a GD script function. And these are overrides. God, I'm doing everything I hate, man. Oh, man. So save node needs to return. That's the spirit. Just give your dreams up. I could do this, Jacob. We got this, bro. We got this. You know what's really weird is the PC version of G Police has fewer particle effects than the PS1 version. Jesus, this guy's playing. Oh no, it's got them all. Oh damn. Yeah, you can see further. It's DirectX. This is like one of the first DirectX games. Yeah, even on the PS1, this was like insane. The number of like things moving around on the ground and in the air, it was just like bizarre to see this. It was, for me, it was unheard of. I preferred the cockpit view than what this guy's playing in. He's got some. His sensitivity is like crazy high though. I didn't have my sensitivity this high. This is kind of ridiculous. Yeah, it's a little overwhelming. It wasn't that bad on the PS1. Yeah, it's pulling my eye too much. Yeah. This grid, this is all the stuff that we're going to get rid of. Like this self contained thing, that can all go away nowadays. That's not necessary. Um, Jesus, look at all that traffic. This guy's just showing off right now. He has the like cinematic camera on, and he's just like, look at me. All those guys play the game a lot. It's funny. The map, this map is different on the PC than it is on the PS1. It's not rendering. It's not rendering part of it. I know, right? It's this PS1 game, and it's like it's doing better traffic than fucking Cyberpunk somehow. And it's all cheating for sure. So this is why I describe it. If you've ever played Desert Storm or Jungle Strike, it's why I describe it as like a 3D version of that, because it has some of the same vibes when you're playing that game as when you're playing this one. Um, God, this guy's driving like insane. What is he playing with? Like a joystick or something? Oh God, the way he steers is making me want to puke. One thing that's broken about this look at all that civilian casualties. He's trying to hit that thing, he's just blowing up people flying by. I forgot I had bombs. Oh, they're not bombs, they're just missiles. They look like bombs from the... Alright. It is funny that the player controller that I've built is exactly... Like, I know how much work went into building the player controller because I literally did it. Obviously, I didn't do it in C. But it's funny that they're just like, yeah, it's good enough. Let's make a whole game around this. Okay, so the save node is actually going to return the data structure. For the node type. This is why we need to describe it better. We have this update slots thing. This is why I ultimately end up throwing this in a another class, because I can use the class to build the... I use classes like a structure. It's too much work. Listen to the Jeep release soundtrack. No idea. I remember one track from it. Not liking this so far, I'll tell you that. Um Is it structure that we're saving or is it data? Let's call it data. And really, ugh. Man, this is going to be a little bit of a pain in the ass. I'm going to go tinkle. All right. Hmm. Bullion, how's it going? It's going all right. We got initial proof that the node, we can get the node stuff working. We can get vehicles moving around using it, and now we're just working on saving and loading. And then once we have that, we can really start rolling. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good start. I know it doesn't seem like much. I can show you it. It won't seem like much. So we have these 3 police cars, or 2. Don't worry about this third one here. And we have these move twos are connected to the event start. So when they're active, they'll move the vehicle to these coordinates. These 2 vehicles, this police car 1 and police car 2. We're not actually doing any pathfinding, so there's just like a 2-second timer, and then they move. And one of them will end up 2 seconds later moving back to here. So this one's going to go move over here and then move back. But they're just snapping to position, but it's enough to show that the system works. So if I press the button, they move forward, and then this one will move back. So that is that proves that we have a one-to-many relationship with the nodes, as far as the outputs connecting, one output connecting to many inputs, and that we can call them and manipulate things inside the world. So now it's just a matter of serializing everything to save it. Oh, that's why. How about you? How's your stuff coming along? I saw you playing Peak today. Oh, who did I think I was? I'm confusing. Bullion. Who did I think I was watching? I thought I was watching. Maybe it wasn't you. It couldn't be you if you're saying it wasn't. God, I thought it was you. You play with your kiddos? Full box. Yeah, it was Red Cabin and I don't Jotson and somebody else, two other people. Grumble was there. I thought you were there with them. I could have sworn you were playing with them. How old are your kiddos? How's that working out, playing that with them? Because my daughter's really interested in it now that she saw me play it. I had fun playing with the kids, but it isn't as fun as I thought it was going to be. 15, 10, and 5. There's another one coming out that I think is a little more interesting. Let me show you. Because I thought Peak was this other one, but it's not. Get some sleep. See, I thought Peak was this game, which looks really interesting to me.
Hello. Hello. We're House. You might know us because of our Goose game. And we're here today to show you around our new game. Ooh. It's a cooperative multiplayer adventure made for friends to play together. It's called Big Walk.
It's a tricky game to describe, but it's mainly about doing two things: talking and walking. So talking. It's a big part of Big Walk, and we've put a lot of work into making a proximity voice chat system that feels natural and playful. You'll sound different if you're speaking up close.
Hello.
Or far away.
Hello.
Or in a tunnel.
Hello.
Or over a walkie-talkie.
Hello. Over.
Or behind soundproof glass. In a situation like this, where you can't hear each other, you'll need to find other ways to communicate. So we've given you lots of ways to point and gesture.
Oh, there they are.
And plenty of tools to stay in touch when you're out of earshot. And if you can't use voice chat, or you just don't feel like it, we've also made a proximity text chat system, so you can play the entire game that way as well. Hello.
The game is set in a big open world that we've filled with all kinds of stuff. To see it all, you'll need to go for a big walk. Exploring as part of a group is a special feeling. Our chat system makes it important to stick together, so navigating the world of Big Walk requires lots of teamwork and talking.
Oh, that's not like pass.
As you explore, you can split up and go off on your own adventures, or even lose each other accidentally. When you're apart, you won't be able to talk face to face, and so finding a way back together isn't always straightforward. If you get lost in the bush, don't worry. You'll find plenty of ways to stay in touch and find each other again.
Hello? If anyone can hear me, please shoot up a flare.
Thank you.
This building behind me has a challenge in it. Completing challenges like these is the way you make progress through the game. They're all about teamwork, and they're all a little bit different. A lot of them are designed so that you find funny and surprising new ways to talk. You might need to do some miming, or come up with a special code, or even sing to each other.
Okay, so you want to find a speaker that's like ooh wah wah, ooh wah wah, ooh wah wah.
They're not all about talking though. There's a bit of platforming in there, some sports, and some weirder stuff too.
Stop.
Our challenges are open-ended, and leave plenty of room for you to do things your own way. Like the rest of the game, challenges in Big Walk are about the joy of muddling through things together.
So that's Big Walk. There's heaps to see and do, but there's also lots of room to just hang out in between. We think there's some real magic that happens when you forget your plans and find yourselves doing something else entirely.
You can sit and watch the sunset,
Tell stories as you wait for the night to pass.
Go dancing!
or you could steal your friend's binoculars and kick them into the ocean.
Oi.
Sorry.
We hope you enjoyed this little tour and got a sense of what we think is so special about this game. We made Big Walk to be a nice way to hang out with your friends in a video game, and we hope you like playing it as much as we do. Thank you for watching. Goodbye.
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 It looks cool. This is what I thought. I got Peak and that confused. I was like, this is the game I want to play. But Peak is cool. But there's a lot of like teamwork stuff that could be in the game that isn't. It's got some things, but not really as much as like it seems like this one does. I'm gonna see if I can put some socks on here. Give me a second. No socks. I don't want to stand. Barefoot. I'm standing barefoot. Like, I don't know what. It looks cool though. I still think I remember reading, listening to an interview with the House guys, the guys who made Goose Game in that one. And there's a part in the interview where one of them is like, and that's why I think that communism really is the only system that can work. And and he was like, what's this have to do with game dev? He wasn't joking either. It was fascinating to me. We're getting there, Obsidian. We're getting there. We have we're passing information between them. Now we're just kind of getting everything ready to save.
Just be yourself.
Thanks,
Be
Spoiler.
yourself. Be yourself. Be yourself.
Ah, this is what we need. How you doing, Obsidian? Do a shout out to Bouillon. Bouillon. Nice, nice. Created a little helper that will copy animations from animated sprite 2D to an animation player so they can be used in Animation Tree. Okay, I gotcha. This is our cucumber from our garden. I think. Yeah, Animation Tree only works with an animation player, and Animated Sprite 2D doesn't use animation player, so I basically needed to rebuild the animations from the sprite to the player. And I thought, F that, let the code do it. And so it was. Nice. Hmm. Do Electric Avenue. Do. Child entered, child exited. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Do. Do. Electric Avenue. Butter. 4 years ago. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I guess this will have to do. It's fine. So much I've got to read in grep so much in order to get this the way that ooh, is it on graph edit? Ba, 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 ba. Selected node. So many coughs. No problem. Do a shout out for Obsidian. Bully and Obsidian both busting ass. So much ass busting to be had in this world. Yeah, Obsidian's like a pro GD script. He's like GD script master.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
Apu2K, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. I'll be streaming in a little over an hour. Nice. I'll try and raid you, Obsidian, but I'm going long today. So we'll see. We shall see. Oh, snap. Previously. Okay. All right. I'm thinking a lot of the graph node stuff. I should probably be in its own place. I'm dying. Just have a long tail of just a little bit of phlegm tickling my throat. It is. I'm gonna get the lozenge thing. Be back. Yeah, the thing that sucks right now with this cold is, or this lingering cough is, it's hot and I want to drink cold things. And it only makes it worse, you know? But I want to. We're gonna lose. I want to. Hmm. Hmm. There we go. Now we can delete nodes. But we got still some work to do for disconnecting the connections and all that kind of stuff. And obviously, if start and end, we don't want to get rid of. Question is, if I'm in here and I choose delete, it deletes it in there as well. So we want to check if the node is active or not. Or this window is has focus. Okay, that doesn't work. Graph edit. There we go. Okay, if I'm over here, delete, nothing. If I'm over here, delete. There we go. Okay. We need a better name for this whole thing. What do we got, boys? Mission editor, no. World event editor, no. Damn, I had a name yesterday at the start of the stream that I thought of, and I should have written it down. This is the kind of trivia that ChatGPT is really good at. Being your co-pilot. Funny how the president can suddenly do stuff in Washington, D.C., but he was all hands off on January 6th. I can't tell anyone what to do. Funny how that works. Fuck. Ugh, I don't want... No. God damn it. Hmm. See, I'm using Node too much, though. All right. We'll just call it event editor. And we're going to break everything. I should commit what I have too. How's the Mega Man game coming along, Obsidian? I understand. Right. See, we need to do the trick that our old friend taught us here. The UID links. Coffee's over, now it's cricket and chicken on the grill. Dang. That sounds yummy. How do you do the chicken on the grill? What part of the chicken? I do legs. We often do legs on the grill, but it's a lot of work. All right, Jacob, have a good one. Legs from Costco. Yep, that's the way to do it. Heat management, man. I don't know about you, but it takes me forever to barbecue chicken. Because you gotta get that bone hot, you know? So I put like a bunch of coals on one side and then the chicken on the other, and I slowly, like Moses, I'm slowly bringing the chicken across the desert. I think we're gonna stream tonight, by the way. Sweet. I'll try and raid you. I'm doing a long one today. But it depends. If I'm done and Obsidian's still going, I'm gonna raid him, but otherwise I'll hit you up. Should be. Okay. So we can delete events. We can add them in. We can hook them together. Yeah. It's like Descent if you only had to worry about pitch and yaw. I think I got that right. Yeah. If you only had to think about pitch and yaw, but you don't have to worry about roll. That's G Police controls. No, this is self-imposed 30-day. The goal is simply one playable mission. But, and it sounds really simple, but it's all about this editor, this mission editor thing that I'm trying to build. If I can get this going, then what I'm hoping to be able to do is focus primarily on building elements for the world, like actually doing artwork and assets and stuff. Doing like, you know, here's a cool car in the world. Here's what a cop car looks like. Here's what a whatever. Here's what like the flying cars look like. Here's what the buildings look like, and start to design the city. And then I have this this event editor thing, which essentially allows me to create things like missions or like random events within the game that fire off. So unlike G Police, which had a lot of loading, there was in between mission loading and all this stuff, and everything was kind of separated in these domed areas. This will be more I hesitate to use the term open world. I am eating bagel chips. So my wife basically toasts the bagels that she slices them up into these little chip-sized things. And then teeth crackers, yeah. And then she toasts them. These ones are sesame seed. They're fine. Really? Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're homemade. Wives are OP. Yeah. So I know this doesn't seem like much, Els. If let me reset the police car position here. But if so I have this event start here, and then we have the move to. This is all just a part of the prototype, but if we hit start, it'll play the mission or the event. And what essentially what happens is there's a 2-second timer, and then it moves the car to this position, these positions here. In the actual game, we're gonna have pathfinding, and it'll be like, okay, I'm gonna try and find a way to get there and that kind of thing. But if we press start, 1, 2, it's going to move over there. And then we can just keep adding. These are like 2 basic things that we're sort of messing around with. So once the police car finishes moving to that position, we can then say, okay, now move here. So we can move back to where we were. So if I do it, start, 1, 2, it's going to move there. 1, 2, it's going to move back. And then we could have many to one or one to many relationship, where we can have, since this pink line here and dots represent a Boolean, so we can add another move to and another cop car onto the scene. And if we start it somewhere else, like right here, we can combine, we can have many, one to many relationship. Oops, let me do that. And then we can say for the police car 2, we'll go from, we'll just go forward and then stay. So if we run it, these 2 go that way, and then this one is going to come back. So I know this doesn't seem like much, but this is like a really big thing for me. And I'm excited about the possibilities. You have to imagine that there's a whole city in here that's like filled in and everything like that. kind of like Mega City or Night City or you know, whatever the one in RoboCop's called. But this should hopefully allow to have like this in this mission. You're supposed to go here, then the walls are gonna burst open and these bad guys are gonna come out, and then, you know, all that kind of stuff, right? The idea is that it should allow us to edit all of it in here, and then while the game is running, we can reset it and load it in and basically play what we just made and see how it flows and everything like that, and then go, okay, that's cool, we're gonna save that and then work on this next one here or whatever. So that's the thinking. So that's the 30 days is just going to be spent kind of getting this system going. Yes, function. Yeah, some sort of function. Or yeah, I'm with you on that. Yeah. Right. No, I'm totally with you on that, Obsidian. But I do want to, I was talking about how I want to be I was talking about early assembly language and how 6502 really got rid of, there was like a bunch of extra assembly calls that were totally redundant and unnecessary if you only had these ones or whatever, right? So I want to make sure that I'm 6502 and I'm not like early assembly stuff where it's just like a smorgasbord of all kinds of instructions. So every time I think of something, I have to be like, okay, is there a smaller unit of this, or you know what I mean? And if that's the case, like you're saying, the sub-event thing, this whole idea of move to, I might be able to reduce into something else that's actually a sub-event. Are you thinking of doing a nest thing? No, I saw though the C I saw this, which was really cool. Take more nodes. Yeah, it's true. This is like a C, allows you to program games for Nintendo, Game Boy Color, Sega Master System, Game Gear, and NES in C. And I was like, I saw a video of a guy making a Game Boy game with this, and I was like, huh, that seems interesting. Apparently, if you structure everything right, you can, you know, make a game that'll run on all of them. But that seems like a lot of work. But I'm just using 6502 as an example of like a clean architecture versus just constantly being like, oh, I should make this that is very particular. A leaner one, I should say. I don't know. So right now we're just working on, we're getting it so that we can do all this, we can plug all this stuff in, and then we can like serialize everything and save it. Kids going to balloon. Yeah, the subgraph. Right, I got you. One thing at a time, though. Now that I've done all this, it's like, okay, now I need to be able to save it. And then I need to be able to load it. That's like a really big thing. And once I have that, it's like, okay, cool. Now, every time I think of, okay, now let's start building something with it, it's like, oh, wait. I should probably have this too before we get too far into it and figure it out. Because that will imply some structure or something. We're gonna get there. Mm-hmm. All right, man, bust some ass. And in case anyone doesn't know Els does a lot of different streaming stuff. Tonight sounds like he's gonna be working on the NES game with his friend. Brad versus Dragons. It's NES game uses light gun, the D-pad, and Rob the Robot all in concert together with the Ikaruga style gameplay. To like put a bow on it. It's got really cool graphics. He's doing all the music. Els is doing it. So that's on the left side. Right side is his friend Roland coding his ass off in assembly. So it's great. It's great watch. A great hang. And then whenever he's not doing that, it's working on board games and all kinds of stuff. All right, Bullion, have a good one. Okay, so I have save and load. All right, this is getting the names. I feel like this is getting a little more reasonable. I think I do need the graph edit to be. I need to make my own. Right here we have node editor. Which is really just graph edit. Okay, it's its own scene now. And we're gonna attach the script called graph edit to it. Editor will rename to main. It's fine. Graph edit. Okay. This is a good idea. I'm feeling I'm in the good idea space for this. It's a refactor. I don't want to do it right now, but you know what I find is like when you don't want to do it, it's like, it's time. Like that mounting feeling. It's probably time. Let's focus on null value. And that's all gonna move. Graph edit is nothing. Now it's something. Reload. There is so much going on here, guys. So much going on here. We don't really need to save this resource. We never need to save it. From here we do. Save scene. Saves the current active scene. Save scene as. Saves the currently active scene as a file at a path. Well, then how would it know open scene from path? Ah. Aha. Const. Save path. Temp. Rename. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Editor pressed. Open scene from path. Temp. Save. Temp. Open scene from path. Temp. And then we can say save path. This. All right. We're getting somewhere, boys. Refactor, refactor, refactor. Cannot save file. Temp, cannot open. So it doesn't have any knowledge of local. Local. Apparently I have to say goodbye to my family because they're going somewhere. I guess bear back. All right, I'm back. So, okay, everything's back in order. And it's even better right now because we're connected, we're properly connected to the scene. So doing all of this, there's no save showing up. Okay, and the scripts are still working. Still have this owner error we gotta fix. Everything else seems to be working still. All right, let's commit what we have. I should have done this before I did any of the moving of anything around. Whoops. Oh well. I'm proud of this, guys, because here's what's going on. Here's another way to put all this. We made this inner tube game in 30 days, and I had, it was like a fever dream. I was just like, I was like possessed. And it's definitely probably an ADHD thing. Having a deadline probably helps. I don't know. I've never been diagnosed, but there's probably something like that going on here, right? So having that deadline certainly is a thing that helps. But the really exciting thing that like clicked for me about it was just this like liberating way of thinking about how to manage 3D stuff and like a scene and grabbing and making things come alive in it and like making a world happen and stuff like that. And that's when it all started to, certain things started to click for me. And I was like, oh my God. Suddenly things got bigger for me as far as like what I could do. So what I'm excited about with this is that I'm sort of combining what I learned with the inner tube stuff and making all those puts and giving them the paths to follow and all that kind of stuff and how I'm loading them and all that. And combining it with this little scripting system should hopefully, I believe, can create a really cool sort of living area, like a living world. Not on the scale of like GTA or anything like that, but just enough for it's like be pretty interesting for like from a small person to produce. So we're hoping, we'll see. Believe in ourselves, know where we are, etc. All right. The thing is I don't know that it is really something like that. I think that it's not, like when I'm working, it's not like I'm lacking focus. Like I know exactly what I'm working on. Sometimes I'll jump around a bit. But it's like, I know what I'm doing. I know why I'm doing it. I don't know. The other thing is I just feel like I haven't found that thing yet. Like, I keep making these things, and I'm like, no, this isn't it. I'm hoping this could be it. We'll see. I'm hopeful. I'm excited about the ambience of the game on top of the moment-to-moment gameplay stuff. So we can get rid of that. Event editor plugin 11. Invalid assignment or key event editor with a value type editor plugin. Event editor. Extends editor plugin self. What did we do wrong here? Event editor. Extends event editor. Class name is event editor. Event editor self. Event editor. Invalid assignment or property or key event editor. Invalid type editor plugin. Editor. What is the problem? Move to is having a problem with this. Okay. I'm renaming. We're getting to what we're trying to get to. Scenes, I don't know if that's the right term for this. It should, maybe it should just be editor. And then the other stuff should just be, I mean, the whole thing is event editor. All right, bust some ass, Els. Ooh, that's a very that's a very hippie. That's a very I can imagine an hourglass figure for that butt. It's like simultaneously very curvy but also flat. I don't know how you manage that. Very impressive. It looks bigger on my screen on this one than in the Twitch chat. All right, see you, man. What do we call it? Event editor plugin. Just the bottom editor. All right, we're gonna let's see it. Man, this is okay. Scenes event editor default. Set node editor. Nope, it's not base graph node. Graph node extended. Reload. Bruh! We're almost flawless on this rewrite here, except for this last little bit. Not even a rewrite, more of a refactor. Thank you for the applause, everybody. Wow. Thank you so much. It's always Nathir. We're going to specifically disable the ability for Nathir to do that. Nathir's banned from doing that. Tapper, how's it going? Nice, I'll bust that ass. It's a nice ass to bust. Bouillon is doing some dev work right now. Obsidian's still going. Golf played out. It's about tactfully doing it. You can do it like if I spill something, that's a good time to do the golf clap. But if nothing's happening, that's that's what's weird about it. But it is kind of funny because you keep doing it. So the rule of threes apply. But I find the best use of it is like it's as a sarcastic thing. Yeah, you can do it in the game. It's just control stuff. It's all control nodes. It's kind of pog. It is, huh? It's a little bit of work to get going. And I'm doing a lot of refactoring now, which is broken stuff. Why are we not proper here? Oh, it's set editor now, not set node editor. See, we're refactoring and we're breaking things. There we go. Yeah, Tapper, let me show you this, man. This is a proof of a working concept. So please, you have to use your imagination. Please try to do that. So we added a police car into our scene here by doing... Let me start over from scratch so you can see the whole thing. So we go add object police car, puts it in the scene, right? We're going to add a node. This is our entry point. Imagine that event start and event end are always on the scene, but we're not doing that yet. Then we add this move to thing here. We can pick the object that we're moving. So in this case, it's the police car. We're going to connect this Boolean value from event start to active. So this move happens when it's active. We're going to move it over on the X by 10 and over on the Z by 10. Now we don't have any pathfinding or anything like that, so it's going to just appear in that new position. So if I run this, it'll be a 2-second delay and then it'll move. We put a timer delay in there to pretend like something's happening and to test the finished exit point here. So if we hit start, wait 2 seconds, it moves over there. Okay, pretty cool. Now we can chain. So now that we have the Boolean already going, we can add another move to. So once it moves there, we can then say, okay, now go ahead and move back. So if we run it again, it's going to move to that position in 2 seconds. And then 2 seconds later, it's going to move back. Or not. Oh, I didn't pick a police car. We have to pick the objects we're moving. Let's do it again. Start. It goes over there, and then 2 seconds later it moves back. So that's that. Then we can have mini. So we can do. We can do move to. We put another move to on here. Bring it over here. And then when this cop car moves over there, we'll have another cop car on the scene that we can add. And then we'll move this one. Let's go like that. Move it over here. We're at -8. So this one will move -8 to 10. So this will trigger when this police car moves over there and gets over there. Then this one will move forward 2 seconds later after that to somewhere in front of it here. That's how it should work, right? So we do it. That one goes forward 2 seconds later. This one moves over there. So we're getting the like connections and the way that everything like talks to each other and everything. This is all gonna work. It's just I've been doing a lot of setup to get it going, and so that I can add many different kinds of these tools, these different nodes that we can add to the tree here, or to the graph. And right now I'm kind of renaming some things so that, because the names were pretty bad for everything. So just doing that, and then once I've done that, we're going to work on saving the scene tree, the graph, and the objects and everything that we've added to it. And then once we have that, we'll work on loading. And then once we have that, it's like, okay, now let's try and really integrate this into some sort of game thing. Yes, Nathir. This is just a preview. The actual move command is going to be, this is your destination, right? We just give it the destination, and it does pathfinding. There's going to be streets and everything, right? So it's going to do pathfinding to find a way to get there. You know, using the typical New York, that algorithm for finding your way in a grid, right? So we're going to do that, and it's going to build a path out. And then when this is like to visual, like it's just to get the systems going. So A star, but there's also like to build it out on a, there's like some algorithm about streets. But anyways, doesn't matter. You got to imagine, that's why I'm saying traveling salesman. Yeah, I think that's it. You got to imagine that it moved, okay? You just got to trust me on that part. Just believe in me as I believe in you. Like the song says. Like the Smashing Pumpkins say. Right? Now I have to play the song. Now I have to get it out of my head. Random question unrelated. To add stuff to the scene tree in an @ tool, do you also have to set the owner? I do that for the rhythm game, but it felt dirty. If you want it to show up in the editor, yes. Yeah, and that's actually one of the things that I was running into an issue with, because I'm sure you'll find this interesting. Is if I click off here and I'm not inside the editor, and then I click on it, we make it the active scene. And we can actually bring the scene to the front as well. So we can actually click over to the 3D element too. Yeah, this is my own tool. It's an add-on that I'm building. I'm probably going to be using this for other games, future games too. Yeah, let me show you that, Tapper. You're exactly right. It's get tree edited scene root. Yeah. And then you have to set an owner. The scene itself, the root of the scene needs to be the owner. Yeah. Took me a while. Lol. Yeah. It's a pain in the ass. So then, this is something useful too for you to know, Tapper. This is like the real meat and potatoes of like some of this stuff. Is from the editor interface, it's a singleton. You have edit node, and if you pass, in this case, it's a scene editor. This is a reference to this tab here, technically. If I click off of this, so when I add a world object, it's gonna pop up the 3D scene itself to show me that it added it. It should. Okay, it didn't. I had a feeling it wouldn't because I think I closed some stuff. Yeah, I did. Give me a second. Okay. And then also we can do the same thing here. I can do it here. Mission editor pressed. So now if I click on event editor, it's not working right now. I might have broken previously. Okay, hang on. We got to reload. Tool editing. Oh, there's another thing. That I want to show you, Nathir, which is, if you don't know about it, it's very helpful. Okay, this isn't doing what we were hoping. It's fine though. Okay, we got that out of our system. I had to get that Mission Pumpkins. I'll get it out of my system. So there's the -E command when you open the Godot editor, the actual Godot process, Godot.exe, -E, right? If you do that from your terminal, then it's going to have the console open, okay? All right? But here's something crazy. If you do it from within your project, check this out, brah. If we go over to editor main run args and you do -E, watch this. You're gonna see some serious shit. Now when we run it up here, watch what happens. This is a trip. We're running our Godot, the Godot editor. And now if we go to the scene tree, the remote scene tree, this is the Godot GUI scene tree. So what this allows you to do is set breakpoints on tools and debug them. You know how hard it is to do the tool debugging and stuff? It's like a pain in the ass, and you're always using print statements, and you constantly have to reload, even though I'm doing that all the time right now, but it's for a different reason. But you know what I mean? You know what I mean? So now you can set breaks on any of your tool elements, and when you use it inside of the running this here, you'll hit the breakpoint on this one here. Does it make sense? So now you can debug your tools just like you're debugging game code. You can set breakpoints and step through and all of it. That's pretty cool, right? That's a Mariano special right there. He showed me that and it blew my brain. I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" And it's been around in Godot since 3. I'm like, "What? How did I not know about that?" I used a plugin that auto reloaded, but this is better. Yeah, it's crazy. It's like a trip though. It's like it's a hard thing to like wrap your head around because it's kind of recursive. Anywho, I thought you hated Godot though. What's going on? The order, so Tapper, the thing about setting owner is you have to do it after you add it, as it has to be in the scene tree. You can't do it before. So that node needs to be added to the scene tree before you set the owner. The setting owner has to happen after. So that might be throwing you off too. And also, like if you're nesting things in, it can get pretty wicked.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
Gabriel Jatterson, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Okay. Make sure it still works. Okay, so our renaming's good. Everything's still working. Good. We're getting to be a little bit more rational with the names. So graph edit, we're gonna move a lot of the code that we have for that down there. Graph node extended. I think we should probably do it like that. Okay. So now we're going to try and rip the graph edit code that we have out of this thing we're calling editor, which is basically all of this stuff here. Okay. Every time I change it, I'm like, is it okay? Is it okay? All right. So now when I'm in the scene editor here, I feel like I'm going to be able to parse what I'm looking at. It was like node. I'm like, I don't know what anything is. Okay. So let's try and separate this editor, the stuff in here that specifically talks about the graph edit stuff. We have all these connections. These right here, we can do on self. So here on ready, like this. Oops. Where is it? Here we go. Do we just start breaking everything? I think we should. So nodes selected and node connection requests are going to rip out of here. So this, throw it in here. Okay, and then node selected, node deselected. Yeah, that's going to go inside of the here. Okay, and then we're going to rip this out of here and put this here. Okay. Fiera, my brother. How's it going, man? Let me do a shout out. Are you streaming it at Owl Tapper? Oops, that's not how you do a shout out. We are graph edit, so we're gonna get rid of this. Look at that. We just moved all of the graph edit stuff out of editor. Let's just see what else is bad. So input, we can get rid of that. Put that in graph edit. Look at this. Look at us. Come on now. Look at ourselves. All right. So now that we've done this, let's try reloading everything. Reloaded. I'm reloaded. Okay. Did I just choose quit? No, I didn't. Did your stream crash in the middle? I intentionally stopped it and restarted it because there was like a wicked delay. So yeah, I did. I didn't stop streaming. I just like it was like a split second to just get the delay to go away. Okay. I'm reloaded. This is the tail. Can we delete? Negative. Let's look at our editor. Graph edit should be using this input event. Has focus. That's us. Does graph edit have focus? Backspace, delete. Oh, you know what it is? You know what it is? It's not a tool. Ah, that gets me every time I do this stuff, man. Gah. It's not a tool. Add a node. Bring it in. Delete. Okay. Cool. Okay. So let's just make sure all of our node connection stuff works. I made my first tool the other day, but it's just counting the lines. Lol. A baby tool. That's how it starts. That's how it starts. Boots and pants and boots and pants and boots and pants and boots and pants. Boots, pants, boots, pants. Did you see me get the system going though? The connection and the like that it's starting to work? Oh, let me show you really quick. I'm showing you. I've done, this is the little demo I'm doing right now for everybody. So we added the police car here, which is this, what you see here up here. Again, imagine this is a city, okay? The scene here is a city. Oh no, dude, I know, I that's how I feel all the time now. So we have this event start, which is a bool connection over to active here on move to. We've selected this police car, okay? Now it's good. There's going to be a 2-second count, and it's just going to snap to that position. Imagine that it drove there, because that's the behavior we have to give to the object, but we don't have that just yet. The way it's going to work is we give it a position, and it's going to drive there, and then it's going to say, it's going to give a little finish signal, okay? Just imagine that's what happened, okay? With that's why there's like this nothing, and then it moves. So I press start. I'm going to press it, and then 2 seconds later, the police car will move somewhere about over here. So 1, 2, then it moves over there, okay? So that's one connection, right? So now, if we reset, if we go back to our original position here, we can add another police car, and let's just scoot it over here like that. And we'll add another move to. So now this one is going to go from its position here to 10. So it's going to move forward up to here. This one's going to go back over here. We're going to choose police car number 2, and we're going to connect it on start. So now we have a one-to-many connection for our outputs to inputs, okay? Our output has one-to-many. And so now I can hit start, and then 1, 2, they both move to that direction. Now, check this out, brah. Check this out. So now, when it finishes, let's add another move to here. So now, when this police car moves, it'll move again back to the starting position. I'll just put it back at 0, 0. Imagine these are zeros too, okay? So now let's reset everyone's position. I'm doing it by hand right now, but we'll be able to do this when we reload the script. And this one is over at 8 here. Okay, so now if we run it, when this car moves over here, in 2 seconds it'll move back to its original position, back to 0, 0. So if we start it, they're both going to move forward, and then this one's going to move back. Okay, now we can we can keep nesting this, right? So we could go over here and we could say, okay, when it comes back, then the other police car is going to move back to its original spot, which is like 8Z or whatever. But anyways, you get the idea of like kind of how this is going to work. So now if I start it, this car is going to go up here, right to there, and then it's going to come back here. Let me see here. Did that make sense what it just did? 8, 10, 8, 0. I don't think it waited. Hang on a second. No, that's right. I think that's right. Dude, you can create like movement maps of all the objects. Yeah, so the idea is like we're going to do other things too. We're going to do like, you know, like move and then wait for our character to get towards them, like within an area. And then once they do, then we trigger some other thing, right? And we can save all these things as like events. And then we can say, okay, when this event finishes, then this other event starts up. And it's not just movement. It's going to be a lot of stuff. And eventually we'll be able to have variables in here and like arrays and conditionals and stuff like that. And so it'll be like, if this is happening, then this kind of thing. But all just with a graph node. Yeah. Yeah, so we're going to make these nodes specifically for the game code. For our game. These are, but the system itself could be used for other, like I could publish this as an add-on, possibly. And then I would have to do a lot of work to be yeah, event editor. This is what I've made. Yeah, this is me. No, this is me. So eventually we could set it up where it's like, okay, you give me the objects and then you tell me what you want all the nodes and everything to do. So fucking bro. I guess. I mean, it's just time. You'll get there, man. If it's something you feel like you need. But there was a little bit of a bug here. Oh, it's because okay, hang on a second. Let's see. Maybe a bug. It seems to me like this one should go back after 2 seconds after this one, right? That's what we would expect. Like if I... You know what? I might have deleted... I don't have the delete stuff going. I might have deleted something and not even thought about it. That's probably what I did. Anyways, back to work. But yeah, there's a lot of work I have to do to what happens if we highlight a bunch? There's a lot of little things I gotta do. I'm gonna grab food, but also sick. Alright, dude. Yeah, no, it's pretty cool. I think it's cool. Yeah, I mean it's a really rough concept, but I think once the vehicles are actually moving on the scene and there's radio, I get radio chatter added into this, and you know there's like the bad guys come out and start shooting or whatever, then it's like, okay, yeah, I think it'll start to make more sense. We'll see though. I want to make it more advanced. I want to be able to pick, like, instead of typing in the location, the way that it's going to be is you'll have a special marker. It'll be like pick position, and then a marker will get created that you can just drag around and move to where you want it. How's it going, Sorrow? But now we got to work on... We're still working on saving and loading. Carrying some of our internship. Nice. Almost over? So All right, commercial break. I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. Hopefully I'll see you back in the chat, Sorrow. Had to get some laundry going. Nice porch, but it needs flowers for the bees. Pretty please. I have, you can't see them, but there's like stuff in the front of on the other side of the fence. But they're not blooming this year for some reason. But we do have, so you can't see it. Let me go back over. There's a rose bush right there next to the porch. But there's no roses blooming on it. I got to cut it back, that's why. And then we have a cherry tree, and so that blossoms and stuff like that. But we definitely don't have enough like flowering throughout the year. We have plenty of wasps right now, though, if you like wasps. Yeah, it's all in the spring. Wasps are the worst. Yeah. They're friendly. Damn right neighborly compared to wasps. Those fucking bastards. Wasps kill a lot of annoying bugs though. It's too bad they're assholes. The dickheads of the flying insect world. We've been bit multiple times this year. And it's just like, oh, there's another nest. Oh, there's another nest. Oh, there's another nest. Oh, there's another nest. Goes on and on. Add-on CBA. What is it talking about? There we go. All right, that's what we want. They're the cops of the insect world. Yeah, stop resisting. Stop resisting. He's got a gun. That's wasps all the time. He's got a gun. It's like, I don't have a gun. I'm fine. I showed Jacob of this video of this cop in Arizona in Phoenix that just jumped into traffic. He was at a traffic stop and he just randomly runs into traffic. It was a car accident that he was like mediating. And he just runs into traffic and gets hit by somebody and it wasn't their fault at all. But the city hid video evidence that showed him jumping out into traffic for almost no apparent reason. And for 3 years she was being, criminally prosecuted for killing a cop, even though it was totally his fault. So they dropped the charges and they were going to settle with her. Or they didn't drop the charges, but they were saying that they were going to settle with her. And then they hired a whole new set of lawyers and they're going after her again. Even though it was totally not her fault. It sucks too. The body cam of the cops that are talking to her after it happened, she's just in tears and she's like screaming, like, why would he do that? Why would he jump out like that? And it's really weird to watch the video. It makes no sense. Okay. I use GitHub, but apparently there's some changes coming to GitHub. It looks like Microsoft's moving to fully take it over now. They fired the CEO stepped down, and I don't know, there's some changes coming to it that's a little concerning. Yep. Gonna fuck it all up. Come to GitLab. That's Atlison. They have a fox as an icon. Those are the Jira guys, right? Atlison. I don't know, yeah. Oh, maybe not. Is this is different? No, GitLab seems like it's different. It does have a Bitbucket login though. Does Bitbucket? Its own thing. That's good. Yeah, I'll check it out. Some Ukrainian dev created a while bit. Ukraine's got some hardcore like game devs and software people. Leaflet.js is also Ukrainian. Yeah, Git is Git, you know? My buddy from BJJ is also a software engineer from Ukraine. Nice. What's Visual Studio look like when we're in it? All right, let's name it file. All these names lead to confusion. So what's your history with programming? Where'd you come from? Are you new to all this or what? Doesn't seem like it. Yeah. Yeah, you. Taught myself programming after finishing uni. Then I got a web dev internship. Then I did web dev for like 6 years freelance. My last project kind of finished in the winter, and I was pretty over web dev. Word. In December last year, about 8 months ago now, I went deep into game dev. Nice. Okay. Okay. I don't know what these add-ons it's talking about. CBA theme? Add-on CBA theme? What the fuck are they talking about? What is this? Ah! There it is. Now, where is that coming from on one of my Udger? There's the theme I used to use. Jesus, it's depressing. What is going on here? I'm just gonna blow my brains out. Rid of that. Kind of dark, just a little bit. Watch now, I broke my Godot. Now we're good. Yay, it's gone finally. Thanks, Vera. All right, so when we save, oh God, we have to serialize this shit. Oh, but we can use the resource because we're saving it in the game world, in the game We're saving it in we're saving it in the game scenes tree structure. So resource graph edit save event editor save event editor resource. I don't know what the fuck to call it. We gotta be a tool. Can't forget that. We always forget it. Class name, events, editor, resource. Okay. And we're gonna have objects, which is just an array of integers, so it's gonna be nice and tiny. Teensy tiny. Teensy tiny. Objects resource index. Okay. Export. Objects resource index, which is just an array of integers. And we have a lookup for this. So this associates to an actual packed scene and everything like that. But it has an index and an order to it. Unexpected identifiers because we're missing var. Okay. So we're going to save that. That's the first thing we're saving. Where are we saving all this stuff to? Event editor. We call it like files. We save it in the add-on directory. Chicken. Chicken. Let's slow it down. We'll call it event resource. I appreciate that. It's very pagan of you. Brother! Well, it's a good thing you're getting away from web, because that's the slow death. I always thought it was too difficult. Yeah, I mean, if you're going no engine or whatever, you got to kind of, you know, you're starting from scratch in a lot of ways, and a lot of ways it's easier, in some ways it's more difficult. Rolling with an engine, it can kind of create your own sort of problem. Okay, so we're going to call it event resource. Objects resource index. And this is really world objects. So when we hit save, shit, guys, there's so much work we have to do just for save. Fuck this. Now we gotta have like a thing, and you navigate and you pick. Christ. All right. God. Isn't there like a file? There's like a directory class for picking. There's like a special window just for picking where to save something or file. File dialog. A dialog for selecting files or directories in the file system. Here we go. Ugh. File dialog is a preset dialog used to choose files and directories from the file system and supports filter masks. It's a confirmation dialog. It is a window. File dialog automatically sets its window title according to the file mode. If you want to use a custom title, disable this by blah blah blah. File dialog, you say. File dialog is a window. So what does that look like? Bloop. All right. So we'll make it that. File dialog. Root subfolder. If not empty, access resources. File mode sav. Overrides title. Okay. At exports var underscore UI file save dialogue. I want to have a dialogue with you. Asmir Pat. Do you have any money on you? I work for the state and I shake you down and take all your money. I am a police officer. This is what I do. I'm gonna shake you down for money, don't you see? Your car is indicates your income is such that you won't sue me. If you give me any slack, I'll rough you up because I can tell I'm stronger than you. If you were equal or more stronger than me, I would use de-escalation techniques, but I don't have to for you. I don't know why he's French. Was he French? French cop. French. I'll rough you up. You son of a bitch. I'll beat the crap out of you. What's happening to Cricket? He's losing his mind. I'm going to beat the tar out of you. Oop, it works. It's way over on the other screen though. Use native dialogue. Yeah, sure. Apparently that doesn't stick until we reload. Ah. Hey, look at that. Save as type. How do you do a packed resource, guys? .res. There's TRES is the binary, right? Does anyone know? Let's it's on resource. Resource. Ref counted. Resource saver. Here we go. Binary files are .res or .scn. Okay, so I'm not sure how this works for the export. We do want binary, but we're going to do .trs. I hope that on the export it exports that as binary. Root subname, file name, filter. Star dot. Can I not type here? We can do root folder. res. Events. Root subfolder. Why does it keep disappearing? If not empty, the given subfolder will be root of this file dialog, i.e. the user will not be able to go to its parent directory. All right, and then type. Can we do type? There we go. Cool. So now we need to connect to file dialog. File selected. Confirmed. This is it, guys. This is the one that I'm putting up on Steam with the wish list. I can fucking feel it. Oh, snap. Revelation. Holy snap. All right, I'll be right back. Still alive, Connie. All right. Okay. Okay, file save. Save path selected. Okay. So here's the crazy thing.
What the dog doing?
Your mom.
Fartality.
Slater, what's up? Let's add 2 police cars. Event resource append. Ah, it's because we haven't set a new one. We'll presume it's new. Reference counted, so we don't have to worry about it. I've been working all day on a website to organize photos via saving them from other sites, and let's just say Cores is an absolute beaut. Not. What is Cores? I'm so out of loop, man. Oh. I know what you're talking about now. I remember that. That was starting to come into play when I was like on my way out. Oh man. Are you just faking a browser? How are you doing it? There's I know there's like terminal browsers. Yeah. Are you just faking like a browser request? Bookmarklet. Okay. Oh my god, dude. Yeah. Sounds like a cool project though. I can work around it. Luckily, PHP is so foot gunny. You can turn off all that shit at runtime. Right. What's the problem? Array of it's an export. Invalid access to property or key object resource index on base type of resource event resource. Failed to load script event resource resources event resource. Last name tool event resource. What's the problem? Objects resource index. Failed to access property or key. Do I have to use a setter? I don't think I need to. Failed to invalid access to property or key. Invalid access. Do I have to what if I did this? Aw, poor puppy dog. Want to have a sneak peek? A sneak peek of what? Tell me. Is that the new avatar? That's really cool. You have some post-processing going on here, don't you? Or it looks like it, at least. Nope. It's cool, and it has a very alive feel to it. I think it's the tail going around. And like the hair. All of it, the ears doing their thing. What are the ears tied to? Are they tied to your eyebrow? Yeah, Nathir's clapping. That's really cool. That's awesome. Do a shout out. That's amazing stuff. Invalid access to property or key. What's too static to unalive? What's too static? Yeah. Too unalive. Gotcha. And then I made an avatar from Tim Tick 404, and then I thought, frick, I'm make this otter too cute, and started to do the remake. That's awesome. Bro, what am I not getting here? Is it not instantiated? No, there's a resource there. What the hell? It's an export. Is that a problem? It has to be an export in order to exist when I save it. What is the issue? All right, let me just describe it as an array. We're not able to even ask it its size without it freaking out, though. Invalid access to property or key. Do resource on resource. A mug of his detracts. Do you have any yeah. Man, I don't know. Maybe I should. I don't know what's going on, guys. I don't know. Ultimately, being successful streaming doesn't mean I'm selling video games. You know what I mean? So I'm not too worried about it. But I definitely am noticing there's a weird, like, kind of downtake for me for some reason. I don't know what it is. Three is now for 3 months in the making. It looks amazing. It really does look alive. Fiera. All right, get some sleep. Let's see. Ah, you know what it is? I know what it is. No, I set it as a tool. Damn it. Thought I had it. It's true. Not gonna argue that. Hides global script class. Hides global script class. What? Event resource. Wait, is there a... Hold on. No. Global script class. And files, event resource, fine. There's two! There's two! Oh my god! All right. Reload. They both stream together. They should be call it Beauty and the Beast. When you order the just chatting category for viewers, you get a good order for the size. There we go. Okay. Jesus. All right. So, file, save file path, file, blah, 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 blah. Let's give this a shot. Like that. Okay, we'll add 3 police cars. File, save. It's asking us where. We're going to say here. Try 1. Save. Okay, file, save path is selected. Oop. File save confirmed. It did not have fire. Confirmed. Confirmed. Emitted when the dialogue is accepted, i.e. the OK button is pressed. I didn't say OK, I hit enter. Which is a little misleading.
Fartality.
Fartality. Poop Cane wins. Try 2. Save. All right. Bros. Let's get rid of the this one here. Let's check events. Nothing. Confirmed. I think this confirmed thing is BS. Admitted when the dialogue is accepted. Okay, but we don't have okay. File mode is save. Cancel button. OK button text
You okay,
is
guys?
save. Trying. I think a cricket avatar would take a lot longer. There's a lot of work with that one. Oh man. Uh-oh. Am I screwing up the stream? Are we getting more and more lag? Nah, it's not too bad. So that connection is doing jack. Well, let's confirm. Confirmed is just. Yeah, there's nothing else. This is interesting because it says that this is inherited here, but I don't see the confirmation dialogue, accept dialogue. File selected. By double clicking on it or pressing the OK button. Confirmation dialog then has nothing. Accept dialog has confirmed. All right, let's see if it does it now. This one's not firing. We can't use the first one because that'll fire if we just pick a file. We don't want that. Okay, I hit enter that time. I hit the save button that time. I bet the issue is that we're using the native dialogue. I bet it can only know when the window is gone. There we go. Wow. I don't think there's any mention of that in the docs. Okay, so the dialogue is opening on the left window without... It's completely... Connie, thank you so much. I've been busting some butt today. We're making some good progress. I don't know if I got to show you the... We've got the connecting of the different graph nodes together. We've got them... the events firing to each other. It's starting to happen. Yeah, so now we're just trying to get the save going. So just fighting some Godot UI stuff, I guess. Access resources. Thank you, thank you. And your stuff is amazing too. That's great work. Man, it looks ready to me. Thinking about texture stuff a bit more and expressions, but I need to study a bit more of animal faces for the ear positions. Ah. All right, we have our test event saved. Let's open this up in terminal. Mm-hmm. Override it. There it is. Good. Let's add a taco. So now it should have one index of okay, saved it. Open it up. How do I close this? Maybe I gotta click off of it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. We're getting there. Dude, being able to hit enter and it not acting as a confirmation is insane. What is the thinking here? Why create a ton of extra work for me to get behavior we would expect? That's rich. Well, it's crazy to me is that it might act as a cancel. This is horseshit. Who the fuck? Like, who's thinking this is the way to do it? The file selected signal, but that's... But it's not... The docs say specifically... God... Fuck! The docs say specifically if you do that... Like, if I click on that, it should be the same. And we don't want that. Let me see. No? Save path confirmed. I mean, if that's the case, we just go like that. We get rid of these. And then we can bring back the native. Reload. Yep. What a waste of time. Okay. Okay. So we still have to work on serialization. So we can save the objects. When on the load, we have to unwrap everything and do that. That means we have to have a clear. The next thing that we need to, so we have the objects that we're saving, that's working. The next thing we have to save is the graph node data. What we need to save is their positions and all that, right? Of course. I am wondering, can I get away with if I save their connections and I save each one, I mean, that's the kind of the brute force way to do it. If I save the scene tree, and then I use the connection information to reestablish the connections on load. So basically, we would go and say, on the graph edit, we would save this array dictionary here that's connections. We would save this in the our resource. So add export var connections is an array of a dictionary. Then we iterate. So we have their string names. Then we have to reconnect everything. Connect node. So we just go through it and we just go connect node, connect node, connect node, connect node, connect node. So the only other thing is, do we just save all the children? Get children. If I just save the nodes, there's no properties save for the title and a few other things. Panel, port. These are style boxes. Those are themes. It's got to use graph element, has the things that we want. Position offset, resizable, selected, draggable. Okay. And then we go back to regular controls. So is it that simple? Do I just save all the children? because we're a resource, we can't. Export is only supported on node-derived classes. The current class inherits resource. Let's just do this. I don't think that'll work because that's specifically for how long have I been going for? It's been 8 hours. That's why I'm so dead. All right. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and raid out. Let's see who we're raiding. We are going to raid L's unless Obsidian's still streaming. I do not see Obsidian. Okay. L's it is. Hit raid. All right, much love to everybody out there. I will see you guys tomorrow. I have to stop. My brain is fried. I have to stop. I could keep going, and I would execute about as much as I would do in 30 minutes in like an hour and a half. I can just feel my brain is dying right now. So we're gonna go ahead and raid, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Much love, everybody. Bye bye.
Game code knows